What should I put back up? The roadmap, some sequel. I don't know. I'm not gonna wait here that long. I accidentally started watching some things that are very depressing while I was getting things set up. Now I'm sad. But it's time to quit being sad and start being excited instead. So, let's get to it and do it. Pew. All right, so uh my kiddo didn't get off the bus, and so we went and picked her up and then had a chat with her. Bless her heart. She is my daughter. It's not just that she goes to the beat of her own drummer. She doesn't know that other people are drumming. But it's to me it's just kind of sweet. My wife doesn't understand it. And I didn't realize the degree to which my wife did not understand has not understood me. Um but I get it because that's the way I was. I would, be doing my own thing and other people are, switching from drawing time to reading time or whatever it was. But even now, I live my life as my own experience. I don't live my life as someone else, so I don't really have a good way to compare. I hang out more with people that make sense to me and less with people that don't make sense to me. So it's through my daughter that I actually am understanding what it is like for me to be in the world compared to other people because I'm so interested in the things I'm interested in that I don't like I'm not bothered by a lot of stuff that's going on, but seeing with my daughter, her first day of school, the today missing the bus, just her being so in her own space and not having that same, and I guess I didn't understand the degree to which humans are somewhat hive like or somewhat, there's the group dynamics for most people are extremely highly important, or maybe not even important, endemic, I don't know. It's just interesting. It's interesting to see how she is different from the other kids, and then in turn being able to retroactively understand my own experience because I like, to me it's oh yeah, of course she missed the bus. Like, yeah, she's probably doing something, she's probably playing, you know the, yeah, I remember it. The teacher calls out, okay, time to go. It's like, well, I'm in the middle, you can't hear other things. I don't know. So the ADHD hyperfocus is a sort of superpower, which has its trade-offs. So anyway, let's go ahead and get back into me picking my nose because that's really important. And then let's see. I wish instrumentation, lyrics, effects, lo-fi. Let's try some lo-fi. Let's go with some lo-fi. Lo-fi is not my favorite, but I think it'll be good for tonight. So let's give it a shot. Okay. So if I leave the music about here, maybe one notch down, I think I'll be able to listen to it a little louder and enjoy it myself. Okay, so where are we at? I was going to catch you up on what I've been doing. So I realized that I inadvertently created an abstraction that I didn't want, and so I walked that back. I'm not a Go horse programmer. I just can't do it. Sorry, I can't do it. I got to refactor things as I realize, oh, this is in the wrong place. I need to. So I moved the payments encrypt PCI unreadable and payments dot wrap PCI sensitive. So before it was called create placeholder, but and I had modes of mask, truncate, whatever. Wait, how did this get back to this? I changed this. Hold on. I am so confused right now. I'm very, very confused right now. These I'd gotten rid of. Oh! I wonder if... No? I'm very, very confused. Okay, that goes. Anyway, so instead of having create placeholder, I call it wrap PCI sensitive, that being one security level, and encrypt PCI unreadable, that being another security level. And that's according to this chart here. So sensitive data, storage restrictions, readability restrictions. So anything that has any sort of restriction would be sensitive data, and then things that have the unreadable restriction are that. Anyway, so yeah, so I wrap the sensitive data, and these are intentionally, although they do have some values in common. Oh, and that's not to partial mask. That should be to unmasked string. No, to partial mask. What do we call it? To unmasked string is to partial mask. That's correct. Okay, let me go figure that out. Okay. Didn't I have a... like a... to partial mask. All right, that's right. And I decided to mask sensitive values with star and encrypted values with pound. Anyway, and then I changed the convenience method so that value of toString and JSON don't take any options. They don't have any modes. And instead we have consume, which encourages the data to become garbage collected. Unreadable, which I actually might, in some future iteration, I might go back and use a byte buffer for this, because the byte buffer, if I use bytes instead of strings, I can overwrite them in place, whereas this is just going to create a new string and allow that string to get garbage collected. But if I did bytes, I could actually randomize the bytes in place in memory. So there is that potential benefit. Okay, so what else was I doing? PCI decrypt a string. Yeah. So I implemented consume, peak, decrypt. I guess decrypt actually should technically go after consume in terms of alphabetical order. Although I was kind of I don't know. I'm going to leave it like that. Anyway, so I redid that because as I was trying to implement the data storage, I found that it wasn't working cleanly because of the encryption wrapper. And then I realized, oh, the encryption wrapper is just in the wrong place. And then that harkens back to the original commit message was implement silly encryption. And now I understand why I said implement silly encryption, because I really was just doing a proof of concept there. I hadn't thought out where the encryption actually ought to go. But now it seems pretty clear that this function to wrap the PCI sensitive data and then encrypt the PCI sensitive data is good. The naming's good. It makes it so it's hard to get wrong. Okay, so to partial mask. Oh. Okay, and we're gonna do to PCI sensitive mask. And then from there, how's it going, everybody? What's up? Yeah, I think the lo-fi is all right. I think this is a good pick. And there's a tiny bit of echo that comes from, if I'm just being quiet, there's a tiny bit of echo that comes from the speakers. I'll lower it down another half notch. Okay. So, all right, and this was the type I had: sensitive, unmasked. So two partial mask to PCI sensitive mask. PCI sensitive mask. That's it, right? Okay. So I'm going to scroll down and just see if we've got any errors here. Well, obviously we do, because there's the white sidebar showing that somewhere something is griping. So I'm going to try to figure out where that gripe is and just get that cleaned up. And then we're going to go back to the storage. Okay, so partial mask. All right, got that. I see it. I see it. First in, last in. And why is this griping? Oh, because it's a number. But these are not numbers. I guess it's not defined correctly right now. That's okay. We'll get it fixed. Let's see if that's it. Yeah, and then the rest is typed. So there's not... Oh, there are some other things down here. Okay, so two PCI sensitive... So this takes an object that takes a param. Do we need to type def this? Let's just see what happens if we type def it. So that looks right to me. Param, it's not prop. Sometimes I accidentally put prop there or something. But it takes a ops object that has a first in and a last in. So how about we do type def first in, and we'll give this, we'll do a swappy doodle here. And PCI sensitive data, I'm just saying that the number, it can only be, well, I guess it could technically be 0. So okay, cannot find first in. Type def first in. What's wrong here? What do you mean you can't find it? It's right there. What did I do wrong, folks? At type def, I gave it, I enumerated exactly what it should have. What am I doing wrong? Type def. Yeah, that's exactly right. Type def, open bracket, blah, blah, blah. Did I misspell type def? I did. Okay. Missing the letter E. It's my signature style. All right, then we'll do the same thing here. First in, last in. Okay. So 2 partial mask. This should not be griping. Okay. Okay. It's never my favorite when I gotta do the type gymnastics, but what do? You know? This is perfectly computable. But no matter what this value is, it's not gonna be. All right, let's see why it's griping. First in property is missing. Okay, yep, that makes sense. Okay. All right, so that's good. I'm going to go ahead and just run my little backup there. And so now I do need to update the tests. Probably the fingerprint test is going to need to be updated. Okay, so this is going to come back with... fingerprint pan. This is going to be decrypt, PCI unreadable. Fingerprint pan. Fingerprint is possibly undefined. Is that true? Oh. All right, so what we need then is if there we go. All right, so that fingerprint, this test should now work. Let's go ahead and check that out real quick. Okay. All right, so we can't wrap PCI sensitive. Instead, this is going to be... Wait, it is wrap PCI sensitive, but this is actually going to go one further. So we could call this readable pan. All right. Let's try it again. Okay, cool. Works. All right. All right, so then I think we got to modify the other test as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to get back to the SQL, but I needed to have the mechanism correct for how we're wrapping and unwrapping the value, and the value needed to have a way, there needed to be a way to check if it's encrypted and unencrypt it. Which reminds me, there's one other thing that I need to check real quick. So is PCI unreadable? That should also belong to this. Is PCI unreadable is false. And then we're going to change this from placeholder to sensitive. And there's probably a better way for me to handle this first in, last in stuff, because that seems like it's too complicated. That just seems like that draws this out quite a bit. But we'll see. I'll figure out what to do about it. All right, so here in the customer test, is there anything here we need to worry about? And one thing, for those of you that are joining in, one thing that I believe is really smart about this approach that I've been taking, I decided to put in a thin layer, just, well, one extra layer in between the tokenization process. So we actually return a different token to the payment gateway than we do to the user. So the token that the user gets allows us to be able to have the user act on behalf of that. The user will be able to use, well, user, pardon my French, the customer Through what the developers do, the customer will be able to select a payment method, and that token that the customer sees will not be derived from the token that the payment gateway, such as, for example, if you were using Stripe, because I believe that you will be able to use Stripe with this as well. That's not the first target, but it might be the second. Then that way, I don't want there to be any correlation between the payment gateway that you're using and information that the customer sees. The customer should be completely unaware of what payment gateway you're using. There should be no branding for the payment gateway. The payment gateway should be just facilitating the relationship between you and the customer, not this is one of the problems with specifically Stripe, is that Stripe doesn't have customers. It only has users. There's not a customer relationship. There's a brand value growth relationship. And that is exactly the wrong type of relationship for a payment gateway. The payment gateway should be solely focused on getting the work related to payments done and not being a brand. Like, a payment gateway should be able to make money because they are dealing in money. And when you deal in money, you make money. That's how money works. That's a fundamental property of markets, is that as you exchange money, the middleman gets a cut, and the middleman should be really, really interested in getting that cut, but not very interested in meddling itself into your business. All right, so what did I do wrong here? Fetch failed. Well, that's really unfortunate that it doesn't give us any information. Okay, 33. Let's see. Whoops. I'm going to need to put this on the other screen so I can log out what's going on here. So allow me a moment to do that. All right, I need to see what's happening here. My guess is that we need to unwrap one of the values. So I'm going to just save that in here for a moment, and then I'm going to run it on the other screen where my API key is not going to be exposed. Okay, ID foobar 3000. Post fetch failed, but it doesn't say why the fetch failed. Can we maybe get a little more information than that? Might be missing some information. It doesn't look like it, though. Okay, the next place it tells me to look is 45, line 45. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Thank goodness I had removed that API key line. Okay. All right, line 45. So create customer failed. Okay, and then line 170. And then stack, response. And that's weird. I would expect more information. Like, what about the fetch failed? It looks like it didn't have the URL set. But I don't know. Let me see. That didn't make sense. Yeah, I just have this generic message of fetch failed. What am I supposed to do with that? Did it somehow get wrapped? There's fetch right there. I actually think the Sandbox API may have changed. Let me see if I can get logged into my account. Okay, it looks like the Sandbox URL, they've switched where the Sandbox URL is. So I might not do this testing right now. Let's see if I can get signed into my account and see if they point me to the new URL. I wonder, I'm going to just try switching URLs and see if my API key still works with the URL that they are giving right now. Because the URL that they're giving right now, it looks like I would need a different API key, but maybe they just, I don't know. We'll see. All right, we're getting further. Can I read property of undefined, reading value, line 52? Okay. All right, what's up? Chronically Online Coder, that's right. COC. Sandbox might have a preset API variable name. I've used the Sandbox before. I noticed a few weeks ago that it had changed, that they were doing something different, although I wasn't entirely sure what. Okay. All right, this makes sense. Okay, so they changed the URL of their API, but it looks like I was getting further. So we're not doing card number dot toString. We're going to do card number dot consume. Let's see. Make sure. Add card to customer. All right, so this is where we're going to have this is kind of annoying. All right, payments dot wrap PCI sensitive and sensitive. I probably need to make it so that rather than taking a wrapped value, that this just takes the original value. And then now we're using pan here and we're using exp here. I mean, I guess we can still use that. We'll figure this out, I guess, as we go. So, and technically, so EXP sensitive should be similar, and that we're going to take this value here. And we're just going to throw that in. Oh. I need to go figure out stored card. All right, so now if I want the first 5, I do pan dot decrypt PCI unreadable. So then we have sensitive pan, and sensitive pan should allow me to peak PCI sensitive. And these names may change. Alright, so stored card is going to have, instead of string, PCI unreadable data and PCI sensitive data. All right. All right, so then let pan is equal to this. Pan is equal to pan. And pan dot slice 0 to 5. Pan dot slice -4. Okay. And then this is going to be, so this will be plain pan. I'll call it plain pan. Whoa, no, don't do that. There we go. All right, so this card dot expiration dot peak PCI sensitive. All right. And what did I need first 5 for here? Same first. That'd be 5. Okay, data customer payment cards. Ah, okay. So they have the first 5 there. All right, so this is the API response. And I'll have to figure out if this actually makes things more secure or not, because the more of a pain in the butt it is to do something, the less likely it is to be secure. Because people will do something else to avoid the pain in the butt. And so, although I like the API I've created, I'm not sure how I'm going to like using it. It's okay if internally it's a little bit more of a pain in the butt, but externally it has to be easier than anything else. Okay. So that looks better. Now I'm going to go ahead and try running this again. Let me see if there's any other places where value is used like that. Or we don't have any other type issues, it looks like, so we should be good. Okay. Cannot read properties of undefined, decrypt, PCI unreadable. This is in DNA Payment Gateway 46. Add card to customer. Let's go back to the test. Encrypt PCI unreadable. All right, that makes sense. So we're going to console.log number here. Oh. Maybe because I actually changed it to be pan and exp. I don't know if I want to do that either, because I think that the idea was to have it be closer in similarity to the actual API. Okay, now everything goes through. So now everything is passing tests again. So I'm going to... console.log. Let's get rid of the console.log that I had. Also, we're going to skip this song because I don't like it. Alright, we're going to get rid of that log because that would log out my API key. Granted, it's only a sandbox API key, but still. I don't want you to know anything about my payment gateway other than that it's Fluid Pay. That's where I'm at with... I don't want you to know my base URL. I don't want you to know my API key. I'll get it all rotated probably for even for the sandbox environment once we go live, but okay, this is good. Good, good, good. I love Chemical Zone and Snow Zone. Sonic. Yeah, I might just want to focus on the data that is unreadable and not the data that's sensitive, because it makes sense. I don't know. We'll figure out what the API needs to be especially once I'm interacting with other people. We'll figure out what that API needs to be ergonomic, because it needs to be ergonomic. But it needs to be a little bit of both. It needs to be a little bit ergonomic and a little bit not ergonomic. Because JavaScript is loosey-goosey. So, for example, we could just have a peak method on both and not have peak PCI sensitive and peak PCI unreadable. The problem is that because your types are loosey-goosey in JavaScript, you might accidentally create something as only sensitive when it ought to be unreadable. And yeah, for my purposes in here, we'll see. This is one of the only times that I ever have used, ever, in JavaScript, objects that aren't flat, where they actually have functions attached to them. Well, okay, other than namespaces. Pay API is a namespace. But, you know, the primary account number is not a namespace. It's a wrapped value. It's an opaque value. Anyway, okay, so this is good. So we've got that done. So now we should be back onto the PG store trail. And I think we were at auth C's. So we've turned that, and then we want to set a credit card. And this is where I was at. This is what got me on the tangent, is I need to set the fingerprint here. So we need to do let. I definitely need to have a way to wrap it more easily. Yeah, I think I'll make that change. Okay. So we need to get our fingerprint from... So, and then network. We need to figure out how to get network. Network is mostly a computed value based on the first two digits. So we might not store network. I did want to see... Yeah. We might... I think I'm going to allow network to be null for the moment. We might go back and change that later. Because I think... yeah, it was not null. Remember back in the day when websites used to check on the... They used to ask you on the front end what your card network was so that they could route it on the back end rather than just doing the check. Mostly it's, if it starts with 4, it's Visa. If it starts with 5, it's MasterCard, except if it starts with 5, 6, it's Maestro. If it starts with 3, it's Amex, unless it starts with 3, 7, it's Discover, or, you know, it's something like that where the numbers are very, they're pretty easy to tell. And I have a table from Wikipedia that would let us know, but I'm just going to mark that as not null for now. And we'll go down and then we'll go back up on this. I dropped all the tables and we created all the tables. Okay, so now we should be able to run this again. Well, not quite. Let me actually check. So that's PG Store. Oh yeah, we didn't actually do anything. Duh. Let me go check this. Set. So we're just going to copy this and then bring it over here. It is unfortunate. This is how it works in most languages, is you end up with a bunch of PCI unreadable data. I think we're saying that fingerprint is unreadable data. And really, all of these should be sensitive. Now I'm starting to think what I might actually want to do is just create an object that doesn't handle this in a generic way at all. Actually create a card object and just read the card into a card object. I can still have the aspect of reviving it from JSON be just like I have it. Okay, string this actually a date. Okay. And then we can get rid of that. And then I just like to shorten that from property to prop. Okay. Eh. All right. Let's see if under the hood, if this is doing what I hope it's doing, which is to assign null if null is not assigned. Create that. No. All right, so now we've got that. All right, there we go. So all of those are taken care of. Fingerprint, first two, last four. Network needs to be null. All right, card queries. Okay. So originally, when it was only going to be one or two values, it made a lot more sense for this to be designed the way that it's designed. But now that there's more values that follow this pattern, it does kind of make more sense to use a class for the purpose of, or I don't use classes, but the concept of a class for the purpose of information hiding. Which, I mean, that's kind of what this is, but to apply it more broadly, to say, yeah. To say that when we read in from the request, we immediately go into a card object, which has all of the stuff formatted correctly. And then what I'd probably do is I'd probably make encrypted values like a double $, and then make sensitive values a single $. And then have some sort of unlock method. Like to JSON readable, something like that, that is called right at the point that it needs to be transmitted over the network or put in the database. Just have some sort of way that the in between what's received on the front end and what goes to the database and what goes out to the payment gateway is simpler to work with, because having to do this for every property or for several properties, that's a pain in the butt. That's not going to last. But anyway, let's go ahead and look at routes. Did I go to the right place? Set credit card. Play secrets. Yeah, I think what I would do instead is actually, instead of having, I don't know, it's kind of rough. The function to replace secrets, the reviver, yeah, we need to distinguish between if it's a public key, there we go. That starts to look better. We could call this the object root instead. Because it's not the root object, it's the object root. Anyway. Alright, so these are public keys. These are readable keys. And then the rest are unreadable. Oh, and I call it key names because, yeah. Could have called it adders, public adders. Whatever. Let's do this one. Oh, there was this problem here. Ooh. Ooh. Mmm. That's why I needed it to be synchronous. That's why I wasn't doing the encryption before. Okay. Can I come up with a solution for that? Hmm. I have to think about this for a second now. I gotta go back to that. Hmm. So we probably just need to do the await. Let's see, ink. So we need ink p equals. Okay. Okay, they're easy enough to solve. Because anytime we want to read it, and this is going to promise what? String? Okay, cool. Okay, so this is not going to return a promise of that. It's going to straight up return it. Because we only need to know for certain that it's resolved when we go to read it. So it's fine to have it be in some unknown limbo state up until that point. Alright, that solves that problem for me. So now we get rid of the encrypt here and there. Cool. Cool. All right. Sweet. All right. Problem solved. Okay, now back to the store. I think this problem is now completely solved. And then if we go to routes, we go past the fingerprinter. I guess I might as well. Okay, in every single place where this is being done, let's just skip the middleman here. Let's clean this up so I just don't dislike it so much. Alright, test fingerprint. Alright, there we go. And it looks like there might be one other place where this is checking some boxes wrong, so let's go back to it. Alright, start from the top, move down, look for the error on the left. I need to get that little error thing working on this computer too. Okay, sensitive. Plain is equal to empty string. There we go. All right. Okay, so I'm just going to check that with the tests again real quick. All right, that works. And then test with the customer. Okay. So now we're really ready. Okay. Finally, we're back into the good part. Where we need to call cards. This is interesting. I guess fingerprint works. Okay, some of the stuff's weird. I'll skip that one too. All right. All right, so we're going to set credit card. And what data are we going to provide? All right, with the primary account number being set up here, pan, okay. So we're not going to set the pan. What are we going to set here? Well, we do. Okay, so what we need to get. We need to get the public values out of the pan. So from Okay, so we're going to provide the same functions, except they're going to be promisable. So we'll have an unreadable dot last for, and we're just going to make it an async function. It takes in that gets okay, so what does this give us? All right, we're going to set credit card. Oh, we also do need to do a transaction on this. That's okay. Well, let's see. All right, so for this first one then, We're just going to pass in data, which is all we got. And this is going to be register. And it's just going to be cards.register, like this. So what we'll have to do from here is once we get the card registered locally, then we need to broadcast it out to the network and get it registered out on the network. So let's go back into that again and look at it from this perspective, where this is going to be a register. And this is going to also have something like email might exist, phone might exist. Might have, going back here, let's just take a look at what all. One thing that we'll need to do is not send out any marketing messages to people, to email addresses or phone numbers that haven't been verified. All right, so email, phone, blah, 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 blah. And that is actually considered PCI sensitive as well. And that's going to be there. And we are going to, yeah, we are going to store that. And then another piece of data we're going to have is the expiration. All right, so that all taken care of. That all taken care of. And then, yeah, we actually do want to have possibility to put in a label and a postal code. And postal code is not considered sensitive data, like the cardholder name is. Interestingly enough. At least if I was reading this correctly. Yeah, postal code is not considered to be part of account data. Alright, some of this is really weird. I think I'm going to have to switch from lo-fi back to symphonic or chill. The lo-fi is just a little too creepy in general. Okay, so these are all computed values. Card holder. And we're not going to use these. And there's also a calculation that can be done. To confirm that the card number is a legitimate card number. That's the LUN calculation. Okay. So now we understand that. There's the card args. So we need to do a transaction. So we're going to do PG. Was it query begin? And I'm not quite sure how this works. It seems like I would have to get back. Let me go look this up. Actually, I might want to look up that later. Node Postgres. PG, okay. Okay, transactions. New pool. I'm a little confused here because I don't see how this is going to manage state. Maybe it's because you have to have a pool. Well, that's terrible. You can't even use async await properly with this. It seems like this should return a client. This does not seem right at all. Okay, so how do we... All right, let's see pool. Okay. Okay, pool. So we need to use connection URL. Okay. So let's try this then. New pool. Right, pool.connect is a client. Got it. Okay. So then here we need to remove this one. Wait, how do we know when pool is ready then? Interesting. Well, we'll see if this works then. Ah, this is so dumb. But I actually don't see any other way to do it because of how he's implemented it. I'll say, so the card and customer we can actually do at the same time. But then we need to wait to do. So we could do, for example, wait promise dot all. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Interesting. Why is it saying now the date? Okay, null is not assignable to string. That's okay, we can fix that in a second. Okay, so transactions, begin, blah, 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 commit, blah, 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 roll back. I don't know if that's how that would work. JavaScript, try, catch, finally. I don't know if that is that really true? So is it like a defer? What? Oh, okay. Okay, we'll return to. Okay, maybe this is not a bad pattern. For the specific case of a... Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. So the throw here actually happens after this. So this is kind of like a defer. Okay, well, I think on that, I'll let this regenerate with the network being null, being allowed to be null. Okay, so this shouldn't give me an error anymore, but this should. Good. All right. Looking good. I kind of want to have a... I don't know if I could... I guess this is fine. It doesn't need an abstraction around it. I just kind of wanted an object that PX and query and... But I guess this is fine. Okay. Hey, how's it going? What's up? Talking to you. You. I see you. Not really, but kind of. I know you're there. You just came here for the smooth jazz, huh? That's the right reason. Netfish and Chill. Seeds of Pandora. Final Fantasy VIII. Okay, register customer. Oh, whoops. Okay, what was I doing? Need to register a customer. All right. So we're going to create an ID for our customer. And then actually need to see our customer table again. A handle and a display name. It's pretty much what we got. I don't think we really need a description. And you know what we could do is we could just do what Twitter does, where we assign a random handle and then it's up to you to go and change your handle. Rather than checking over and over again if the user exists on create, just set it to something else. Um, Let's see, what would I don't know, what would be a good handle? Let me double check on that. Handle is not null? Handle is not null. I have a thought. We take their email address, let's see what can we do if nothing else? All right, how about this? Let handle equals ops.email or ops.phone So we need to do something. Place non-word characters. Okay, so not A through Z, A through Z. Wait. To lowercase. All right, we'll take the last. -8 maybe? Okay. So we're gonna take this. This is gonna be handle. I don't like the direction that this is going, but we're gonna continue in this direction. Because we always need an email cleanup function. And really this is fine because we're not necessarily doing anything with the email yet. But we're going to need to create multiple authenticators. So if we have an email address, if we have a phone number, if we have a credit card number, if we have WebAuthn, whatever it is, that's another thing that could be here as well. Would be WebAuthn data. So I have to think about how that would come in. Anyway, all right, so we take that, and then that will become the handle. We have to have some way to refer to this person. And let's see. Yeah, there just needs to be some method of either the credit card needs to go through or something needs to go through in order to consider this person fully logged in. But we'll take it one step at a time. Okay, so customer queries, let's get back to that. We're going to register a customer with custargs. We're not going to set a display name yet. Let's see, did we already say that handle needs to be unique? Yeah, handle needs to be unique. ID obviously needs to be unique. And credit cards, fingerprint needs to be unique. Created that needs to be unique. All right, we're going to create a host credit card token. Credit card fingerprint, customer ID, a card holder name, which we did not say has to be not null, by the way. A label. And a priority, which is going to be today's date. Interesting. It says... Wait, why does this one say date? This one says string and this one says date. Why is that? That's a little unclear. Okay. I do see that that's a little asymmetric. We're not going to worry about that right now. Okay, so what else are we going to worry about? All right, so we've created a customer UUID. Card UUID. I might just rename that to ID instead of host credit card token, but we'll see. Let's see. Okay, so then down here, we can do cardargs.fingerprint. Okay, card holder was sensitive data, right? I'm going to create a top level thing here. All right, default value. Sensitive. Okay. Okay, that's not gonna work. Let's see. Hey, how's it going? Bum 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 bum. All right. What do we do now? Now we've got a little peek function that will peek at the encrypted value. Or return it without destroying it, I guess. Okay, this way I don't have to do a bunch of rigmarole around a card holder. I think actually maybe this is what I ought to do, is maybe there ought to be a wrap and an unwrap, but maybe the unwrap should not be on the object itself, because that just makes it too difficult to deal with. Same thing with things like the last four. I think it'd be easier to have payments dot last in this thing, or I don't know. Yeah. Well, we want the values to stay wrapped until the very last moment. So I gotta figure out how to make that ergonomic, because people want to pass things around, but we don't want them to pass around the value that is the sensitive value, because we don't want it to end up in logs or errors or whatever else. Okay. So that one we're good. This one we're good. This one we're good. Cardholder name, now we're good. Okay, by this point, we should know that that exists. Yeah. Might as well put label in here, actually. Okay, so where are we at? Priority. Let card priority equals ops.priority or date.now. Then we're done with that one. Okay, well, there's the whole thing. We don't need any object.assign. I think that's a lot simpler. I think it's a lot better. It makes me want to think maybe we do this one the same way. Because we have to have a handle, we have to have an ID, we don't have to have a display name. What else was there for the customer? So, customers. Okay, ID, handle, display name, description. I think we're going to get rid of description. I don't know what description was supposed to be for customer. I don't know what that would be. And if we had notes on a customer, that's not how we would do it. So I'm actually going to get rid of that one. And then when it gets regenerated, that will go away. So, and then in that case, it's just, we've got to revoke that. And so we'll have some sort of process that goes through and cleans up customers that have never been verified. Because they will have to have been verified to have done anything useful on the system. To message anybody else, you have to be verified. To get a... to purchase something, the credit card has to work. You know, so there's some amount of verification that has to happen here. That we can expect. Okay, so if that's the case... All right, I'm going to quadruple checko that-o ID handle display name created at. ID handle display name created at. And then we don't deal with updated at. Or I guess we do. Do we not have this here? And then this will start to factor out in a little bit because we will distinguish between we'll distinguish between that's not gonna work out. Go with that way. Hold on. What did I say? We're gonna distinguish between something or other. I think I was going to say the process is going to be similar, whether it's a credit card or an email address or phone number or whatever it is. There's going to be a pretty similar process. Right now, we're just focused on guest checkout. Okay, yeah, we're just going to simplify this. And I need to go look at the credit card object real quick and make sure we've got all of its values. So it only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values. And we're not going to revoke a card itself because the card is basically an identifier, its fingerprint. We might delete it as part of a vacuum process, but we're not. That would be if it never gets verified by at least one user. But the card, I mean, I guess we could create it in multiple places. I kind of like the idea of just keeping the fingerprint segmented off though. But the fingerprint's what allows us to look up a card. Anyway. Okay, so okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These two are not relevant. And then let's just make sure with customer actually can be updated because they could change their display name and potentially change their handle. And a customer can be revoked. And a card for a customer can be revoked. It can also be verified. And a customer is verified if any of their authenticators are verified. Okay. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're not going to do verified at when we do create, but let me just check that out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Never started out as verified, of course. All right, we're going to switch music genres. Sorry to switch in the middle of a piece, but I'm going to go back to symphony for now. I was enjoying that. The lo-fi just ended up being too much of a weird energy. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we got the same number of things. Great. So we've got register card and customer, and then customer card. And then we're also going to need to add in the authenticator. And I think that that's just, let's see, pay gateway. We're not registering a pay gateway yet. We'll register the pay gateway, customer pay gateways. Yeah, because the pay gateways and the pay vaults is the customer as it's represented on the pay gateway. The pairwise mechanism. And then the pay vaults is the pairwise card. So we have a pairwise instance of the customer, and we have a pairwise instance of the card. We're not worried about that right now because Authenticator is what comes in to play most immediately next, because it's the only thing that the person's done so far is they have created an Authenticator. Then we probably also want to set a zip code. Add that as a billing address. I think that might be the only thing that needs to be not null on here. Is there needs to be at least a postal code for an address, and then we would add that to addresses customers as well. And we'd make that the billing address. Wait, what are we doing here? Thought we were starting from the beginning, but we're not. That's fine. How you doing? Have you had your Mountain Dew today? I've run dry. It's time for another can. Let's pop the top, my friends. That's the sound of one more belt loop opening up. It's alright. Once I'm less stressed out and everything, I'll cut back. It's just an aid. Just a small addiction. Okay. Pay vaults. Okay, what was I going to do here? I don't need to add anything to the pay vault. I need to add to the authenticator. And the authenticator is going to have same priority. Yeah, I need to add this at the same time. So, Authenticator is going to have an ID. I guess in this case, it might as well be the card ID. Customer ID. Yeah, maybe we ought to make the ID here just a varchar. I don't know. I guess we kind of want the same things to be the same width. I'm not sure. I guess being the same width wouldn't really matter. Anyway. Priority type, value, verified, created, updated. I'm just going to bring this whole thing over for reference for the moment. Okay, let authenticator args. I'm just going to call those auth-c args for short. And we'll do this little number here. Auth-c UUID. There we go. And then, yeah, well, take the ID, will be the auth-c UUID. This is one of the reasons I like creating the IDs in the application logic rather than in the database, is you can get everything prepared ahead of time. You don't have to necessarily have the back and forth. Once I have the customer created, then I can immediately, like, I can set what the customer is going to be, and I can create, I mean, I guess really I can create everything as a single transaction. I think that there is, let's see, Postgres, how to delay checks. In a transaction. That's not what I'm looking for. How can I delay constraint checks until a transaction is committed? Okay. Okay. So what we should be able to do here is begin our transaction. Wait a minute, didn't I see you when I was having my morning? Have we just spanned a 24-hour day, my friend? Okay, so we could do this. Delay all constraints, and then what we're going to do is we're just going to feed in all the queries all at once. So because we can set everything all at once, we can delay the checks until we have almost everything done. I guess really what I want to delay is the relationships. I don't necessarily want to delay everything. So I will go back and look at those queries real quick. And let's say deferrable initially deferred. So when we look at the relationship between a customer and a credit card, Where are our references? We should be able to do deferred initially deferred. Like that. Yeah. And then same thing when we do our check between authenticator. Yeah, our authenticator check. Where we got our references there. We should be able to defer that. And then this value here, that I think is going to be our token value for the credit card. That's one thing where it's a little... I kind of think we ought to do... Well, I guess it doesn't matter right now. I'm not going to worry about it. That's an optimization I can get to when I get to. But the card UUIDV7, bless me. What was I going to do with that? When we create the authenticator, which we're doing right here, the authenticator value, whoops. So these type checks we don't necessarily want to defer. If the type check were wrong, it would be just as well to recognize that it's wrong immediately. Then priority. Okay, why do we have card priority here? Card priority? Well, just general priority. Actually, no, this makes sense. We're gonna leave that as card priority in both places. Because the priority here also, it's referring to authenticator card priority. There we go, we can do that. Okay, so then type, we got that one, nailed it. Oh, we're gonna put priority up there. And then verify that. We're gonna set that to null. Created at will be right here with the rest of them, as well as revoked and all that. So it's going to be really important that whenever we do a select, we don't select things that are revoked. That's the one thing that kind of sucks. All right. It was 2 a.m. back then, huh? That was 12 hours ago, wasn't it? So you're having your breakfast at 2 p.m.? Or, wait, are we talking about at 4? So that was 7 hours ago? So now it'd be 9 a.m. All right. What was this complaining about? Okay. Okay, so up at the top here, we're going to need to do a created at equals ops dot created at or null if created at dot to ISO string Okay. Yeah, actually, we're just going to do this. Like this. There we go. Because I think the only time we're going to pass in a created at date is potentially for testing. All right, what are we doing here now? Oh, and now we just need to get rid of all the ops dot created at all throughout here. There we go. Okay, so now card args is good. And now we need to come up with the query to create the customer. All right, customer card args. All right, so instead of set credit card fingerprint, I'm going to do add fingerprint. Okay. All right, and then instead of Customer queries. Okay, so all right, is that right? We need these. Is it just 4 queries right now? We need to create the card. We need to create a customer to link the card to. Then we need to create an authenticator for the customer. So I'm trying to structure the code from the point of view of the credit card. The credit card is the core entity. That might be a little too extreme to say, let's focus on, you know, our monthly user metrics, to let's focus on our monthly card metrics. But I think that's actually the right approach, you know. We don't care how many users we get. We care how many credit cards are in the system. You know? Users are not an indicator of value or future value. Payment methods are an indicator of value and future value. That is to say that the customer follows the card. Okay. So yeah, here we are. So I think this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to build my latest schema. I'm going to add and drop it. I'm going to give it to GPT. And then I'm going to ask it to write those couple of queries for me. All right, just out of curious, how come you code inside the terminal? It's just faster. It's easier. That's... And also, how would I run VS Code on this little, you know, instance or some sort of... How would I get a graphical editor connected to the dev machine, you know? That'd just be a much more... It's just like another layer of work. I mean, there's probably some sort of SSH sync or something. I've tried to do some sort of SSH sync system in the past, but it's a lot more work to get connected to a dev machine with a GUI, and then I would imagine it'd be even slower because, you know, some sort of overhead it would have. Whereas when you're just connected via SSH, it's wicked fast, you know. Okay, so yeah. What was I gonna do? Well, you give me join the Discord and give me a link to the SSH sync that you use, because there are situations where I think I would like to use some mechanism for that, but I have not had good experiences with them so far. But if you are interested in having insane speed in your editor, you can check out Vim Essentials. Could change your life. All right. Okay, authenticators. There's So there was this one. Okay, that one I'm just not sure about yet. So we're going to leave that one. And these ones... All right, there's a couple other things I want to do, I think, before I feed this over to Jippity. All right, so let's look at... Let's see. So we got ID. I'm pretty sure we got an ID on that. And then postal code. So basically... We're going to do a quick postal code check. Let me just try this again. One, two, three, four, five. True. 4, false. 5, 6. Oh. It should be false. How do we restrict this? Oh, you know what? I forgot to put the beginning and end on this. False. Okay. Was 5 be false? Okay, good. So 4 is false. 5 is true. 6 is false. 6, 7, 8, 9 is true. Okay, good. So let's take the actual working thing. Oops. That I just produced. I do love that instant feedback. That we don't have to wait to hit enter anymore. It is, you know, there's something special about it. So right now, we're just going to have US codes. All right. Yeah, every time, like this is basically my entire IDE setup. And I can spawn up a new machine and have my IDE ready in seconds. This one I should have chosen Ubuntu for. I have it on Alpine. Whoops. I think, yeah, this one's on Alpine. Oh, it's also older Alpine too, huh? I should have put it on Ubuntu, but whatever. The color support on Ubuntu is better. I don't know why things aren't being colored the way they ought to be. Anyway, let's see here. Whoop. There's Postal RE. Is valid is kind of strong. We can say is formatted. There we go. That is correct. So we don't know whether it's valid from this check, but we know if it's formatted from this check. Oh, whoops. I meant to say status here. All right. Developer. Okay, and then... Oh, wait. Don't we have at this layer? Yeah, I think we have to translate between JavaScript and network formats. Now, where was I? PHDev trying to get a React Node, but Node drives me crazy sometimes. You know, get into Go. Just start with a language that is sane and will help teach you good principles. Because if you're coming from PHP, I am sure I'm not the first one to tell you. You're going to have to unlearn a lot of what you've learned because it's a lot of butt backwards out there. If you take a look at, here's some really great resources, creedsofcraftsmanship.com. Check that out. And then resources for learning Go. I think that Go is not a great first language only because it's this paradox. It's the easiest language, but everyone expects you to already know how to program when you start using it because it's so mature. It's so mature. It's not for children. It's very easy, but it's like it requires discipline in the sense that people often want to break it on purpose because they don't like the simplicity of it. So it's very easy to do everything the right way in Go. It's very difficult to do things the wrong way, but so many people intentionally do things the wrong way because reasons. I've seen people really kick against the pricks in Go. Oh, Go sucks. You can't do polymorphic inherited quanta sillimization. It's like, well, that's right. That's the good thing. That's the thing that we're really happy about. We're glad that that doesn't happen in Go. This is good. This is good. Oh. And this PG store get, PG store set. We're not actually going to do any of that. That was all for the mem store. Yeah, I probably need to bring the database stuff out closer to the front end in terms of keeping the names more similar. You know, that's something I can revisit before we hit 1.0, you know. Make it pretty easy. The most important thing is that the HTML form has data attributes and they are serialized. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at a message. Okay. Oh, so I was going to do adder args. We're literally just creating a address based on postal code. And let's see. So addresses, we have a label for it. That's great. But in this case, we're not going to have one. What is that? Is that an AI thing, or was that actually changing color back there? Oh, it's the camera breathing. It's having a hard time focusing for some reason. It should. I thought it had a fixed. Let me see. Is it not on fixed? White balance is not automatic right now. Oh, or it is automatic right now. That kind of makes sense. So let's see. Daylight. I think we're in daylight light. That makes me a bit more orange. Let's try a little more shade, maybe? Oh, it's super. Tungsten is going to make me purple. Okay. White fluorescent? Nope. Cloudy? Nope. What should I look like? What kind of human should I look like? Automatic color temperature. I'm so used to seeing myself so blue. I don't know if I... There we go. We're going to do that, though. And then ISO... That's been set on auto. Aperture, shutter speed. Okay. Okay, what's the difference between color temperature that I selected in daylight? Not much. Okay, we'll keep the white balance with daylight then. For now. Doesn't look as cool, but maybe that'll help prevent the focus breathing. We could set the ISO to something too. I don't know what it should be at. Maybe 640? That's a little darker. So maybe 800? Okay. Let's just set the ISO there and... I don't know. It looks so orange now. I've been used to being so blue. Hold on. Cloudy. I'm gonna... Custom? Ah! Flash? Oh, okay. That's not too bad. Flash versus... Forgive me. White fluorescent light. There we go. That's the more purple tone we're used to. A little too purple. Tungsten. Shade. Flash. Daylight. Daylight's looking alright. Custom. Color. Versus daylight. Pretty much the same. Okay, cloudy. Automatic. White priority, automatic, not white priority. Okay, daylight kind of looks the best, I think. I'm going to try one more, and then I'm going to get back to the real enchilada here. Was it white? Yeah, I'm going to go with the uber purple maybe over daylight. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay. I'm done playing with the camera. I'm getting back to the real work. My face is going to be a little more orange. Of course, I can't tell because my eyes have been adjusted to the way I'm seeing it. You'll have to tell me how orange I look. To do any better, I'd have to actually go on the camera and plug in the custom values that I want. I can set 2 values, and I could have one be more daytime and one be more evening time. But what is that thing that's making... Because in the background, I see a shadow. I think it's AI. I think there's some sort of AI interpreting, because I can see as I move my body... Yeah. Okay, I'm not going crazy. There is something like dramatically changing in the video screen that's not changing in the real world. I just saw a little flash, and it took me off. Okay. I did a bit of Go, but only 30, 40 hours of it. I enjoyed it. Good. It looks fine. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm just going to move on. Okay, so address, almost everything can be null. The one thing that shouldn't be null is postal code. And then maybe country shouldn't be null either. And we're going to duplicate email and phone in this table. I'm not entirely sure why. It just seems like it's like a thing that people do. I don't know. All right. Created at, revoked at, Mm. Okay, that would be an interesting authenticator. The address authenticator. But, you know what? Let me tell you how the address authenticator works, okay? You get a postcard mailed to you that has a one-time password on it that's set to not be active for the next 3 days, but to stay active for the next week afterwards. Okay, so you click login, you put in your address, and you click send. And it says the postcard is on its way. So we are actually going to move forward with the idea that an address, the reason we have phone is because sometimes they need to call for a code or something like that. Or, you know, there could be a note. And that would just be text. Anyway. Yeah, we could have an address authenticator. I actually really want to create one. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously nobody wants to wait a week to log in, so login is not a real thing. But I think that in our authenticators, I'm going to put address in here. Because it is certainly a real thing. Let's alphabetize these since the list is getting long now. So I'm just thinking of things that have a verified at. All right, I'm rocking it. I'm rocking it. Okay, and then the address is customer. It does not need a unique ID, which begs the question, do the other ones really need unique IDs? Do we really need a unique ID between this one? Yes, we do. We really do need a unique ID, because that actually is the that is the ability for a customer to specify which card to use. Although I like more the idea the way that some of the others do it, where they have a prefix. So I might when I select this, I might not select it as a UUID. I might have some sort of encode and decode, so it can be some other format. Yeah, and then so customers, credit cards, that needs one. And then authenticators, does that actually need one? Because authenticators is just customer ID, and then it's authenticator ID, but that is the ID. Because we're not going to share, at this point in time, we can't see a reason to share authenticators between customers. So that's a has one only relationship, or not a, belongs to one only, is what I meant to say. Anyway, addresses, customers, billing, shipping, mailing. So these are actually different. You don't have to have a billing address, or you don't have to have a shipping address and a mailing address. But there's a difference, like a legal notice versus a package versus billing. So Actually separating those out, that might be silly. If I undo it, no big deal. But some of these things are just, they're kind of notes to myself of what I'm thinking of. They're not all 100% practical, but they're pretty close. All right. Okay, so yeah, this has been asked several times. Uh, so I am building so if you, okay, first of all, think about this. If you were using Stripe, would you not be doing almost all of these tables, right? So think about it. If you were going to use Stripe, look at the tables I've got. Okay? Credit cards. That one you might make the mistake of not having if you're using Stripe. You certainly aren't precluded from having it. But this is not this is the credit card fingerprints is really what it is. Customers, you have to have a customers table whether you're using Stripe or not. But let's say it's payment methods. Let's say it's not credit cards. Let's say it's payment methods, right? Even if you're looking at Stripe tokens or whatever, you got to link the customer to the token you get from Stripe, your payment source, whether it's, and then you got to know whether it's ACH or not. And then, you got to, so you still have to know all that, right? So you still have to have the payment methods table, which will expand into ACH or whatever in the future. And this table may change and that'll be fine. You still got to have your customers table. You still have to have the table to link the customers to the credit cards, or maybe you don't. You might be able to align that with just the credit cards table directly belongs to, or the payment methods table directly belongs to the customers table. That's fine. Do you need a pay gateways table? Well, maybe, because if you're multi-tenanting with Stripe, you're still going to need to be able to associate so say, for example, a customer has, if you're multi-tenanting, which in most applications you're not, but if you're multi-tenanting, you still need to figure out which Stripe account that this is going to be billed to. So you still have to have essentially your pay gateways table. The customer pay gateways table is something that you would also have if you're multi-tenanting, because you'd have different IDs for the different customers. Then you've got the pay vaults would actually get elided into the credit cards if you were doing just Stripe and you weren't doing multi-tenanted. So those would fold into each other. Authenticators, you still got to do that. You still have to have your email, phone, WebAuthn, and then, the various other methods. If you're doing a hosting service, then you have you might be authenticating via DNS or HTTP or whatever, right? Okay. And then if you need to communicate with your customers via address in some way, shape, or form, you still have the addresses table. So, and then, you'll still have the addresses customer table, especially if you're dealing with businesses where the customer, you can have it. I, as a customer, might have an address. The business also has an address. They don't need to be the same. But there's, this note. Sorry. In these cases, this actually goes over here. The phone and the note go over here. Because if I'm putting in the address, well, I guess I could leave it either which way. I'm actually going to leave that over there. That is the better way to do that, because this is mostly the customer addresses. The reason that you do that is because you're linking the same address as a billing versus shipping. Okay, so with all those things, and then you still need an audit log. This is actually not necessarily related to that. You still need a rate limit log. If you're not rate limiting and you're just letting if you're letting users that are not transitioning into customers just peg the Stripe API, then you get your account frozen. So you still need to have some manner of protection in for that. So anyway, point is, it's like 3/4 of the stuff is the same if you were using Stripe. But whether it's connected via Stripe or another payment gateway, doesn't matter. So we're building this out. We're going to be using FluidPay, which there's a whole bunch of gateways that use FluidPay. It's one of the most popular. FluidPay and NMI are the two most popular. And then the problem with Stripe, and you don't, and the same thing, like no matter which payment gateway you pick, no, you don't have to have all the tables in the same way. But because we're going to support more than one payment gateway, we're going to support FluidPay and probably these four. We're probably going to support FluidPay, NMI, PayPal, and Stripe. This is kind of the documentation / aspirational at the moment. But the thing is, when you're handling customers that actually pay, because this is like everybody's like, oh, you just use Stripe and you don't have to do anything. Well, you kind of do, because usually when you have a customer, they're either going to make another purchase from you in the future, or you're going to need to reference a software license that you gave them, or so it's not like just use Stripe, because you still have to store the information about your customer. So that's part one. Because if I were using Stripe, it'd be pretty similar, but Stripe is owned by Visa. Visa is their customer. Stripe does not have business customers. Visa is Stripe's only customer. Stripe's owned by Visa. It's a Visa product. And yeah, so product. So Stripe's goal is to get users. Stripe doesn't have a phone number you can call when something goes wrong. With Stripe, you don't have a business checking account connected to it. Stripe is a really raw deal, and I kind of summarized that. There was a tweet a thread of tweets I tried to summarize in it. But anyway, so I don't recommend going with Stripe because it's only going to bite you in the butt. There's no advantage to going with Stripe, because if you say, oh, well, I just want to get it set up quickly, well, you don't need to do all of what I'm doing. You can take shortcuts and you can get it set up quicker. With FluidPay, and FluidPay has all the same things, okay? I mean, look at the FluidPay documentation. It is one-to-one the same with the Stripe documentation. But the thing with FluidPay is that they don't compete with their customers. So FluidPay actually has customers. They have a customer relationship with the payment gateways that they sell to. So they sell the FluidPay software to payment gateways. And let's see, let's just ask ChatGPT. Give me a list of the top 25 payment gateways that use FluidPay. Let's see what it comes up with. Okay, it's doing the opposite. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Okay, let me go back to go BNA. Net. Let me go back here. Here you go. Okay. So all of these, Zero Merchant, Alliant, Align, Canyon Pay, Charge One. I thought ChargeBee was on here. I've been saying ChargeBee earlier. Is ChargeBee not? Let's see. ChargeBee Sandbox. I'm gonna sign into their sandbox real quick. All right. See newsletter, notification. Interesting. Maybe I'm signed into the wrong account. Hold on. Might be the wrong email. But I'll know in a moment, you know, because when you see the documentation, they just change the style sheets, but otherwise it's the same. So that's how you know. But anyway, the point is, there's dozens of payment gateways to choose from. And when you sign up with one of these guys, you have a phone number to call, you have a bank account, a credit line, you know, you've got the full enchilada, and you're not just going to have your account frozen willy-nilly because of, I don't know, it's a Tuesday and the weather isn't as nice today, you know? Okay, the email still hasn't come through. So my hope is, one, to help people that are starting out to get on the right track, so that they've got, because customers and payments go together, right? So I want what I'm going to be providing. Like, I need this for myself so that I can spin up more of the products well, they're not products because I'm not getting paid for them, but more of the things that I have users for. Instead, I want to have customers. And there's a whole bunch of really quick ideas that I can put up. There's, you know, little free services. I just want to be able to do more stuff and quicker. And so I want to have I'm building this for me, and there's a few other guys I'm working with on it. So building it for us, but I want other people in the broader community to be able to pay for the software and then be able to do that for themselves. And it's really going to be focused on businesses that are profitable. And I think what you're going to find more often than not is that organizations that use Stripe, because a business has to have customers. If you just have users, not really a business. But organizations that are using Stripe, they're not customer focused because they don't care about money. I mean, another big thing is the fees. I didn't mention that. Obviously, you get lower fees when you use your own merchant account and you go through a payment gateway. But from the technical side, it's pretty equal. Let's see. Zoho. Do I have, maybe did I create a separate account for this? I think I created a separate account for this. Ah. Okay, that's what it was. All right. Interactive guide. Maybe I was thinking wrong about what ChargeBee is. Maybe they're not actually a payment gateway. Complete your account setup. Complete account setup. I gotta select pictures of cars, of course. Okay, sandbox. Here we go. Where's their API? Where? Okay, sandbox. No, no, no. Where's the sandbox? So I've been saying charge B earlier, and I think I was wrong. I think that they are not in the category that I was thinking of. I was probably thinking of charge 1 or something, because that's actually there. But I do not see, let's see, charge B gateway API. I think that they might actually be one layer up. Okay. Okay, so it looks like ChargeBee is actually one layer up. They are providing some other stuff. Let's see, was that on here? Anyway. So I have to sort these. Like World Pay. Do they even still do their own thing? Blue Pay. I don't know. I have to check out what more of what ChargeBee actually is, because I guess I don't, because they're not the thing that I thought they were. So, oops, I've been lying to people on the stream. Oh well, it happens. Well, not lying, misinforming, because I was misinformed. I had believed in incorrect information that I came up with out of thin air. Okay, anyway, out of that, back to this. Yeah. Oh, these are the ones using NMI, right? Oh, wait, or we'd have to go look and see which one they're using. These ones are definitely using Fluid Pay. Okay, these ones are using Bankwist. All right, yeah. So, and then maybe we would support Bankwist as well. I did a whole bunch of research at one point, and yeah, tried to figure out which companies were using which software package. So Integrate Payments, let's see, is Integrate Payments using... I think Integrate Payments was NMI. Let's see. Yeah, I think this one's NMI. I don't think this is Fluid Pay. I'm not sure now that I think about it. Okay, let's go back and look at the docs. Log in. Where were the... I mean, this is a really ugly theme if it's Fluid Pay. Where did the documentation go? I thought I had some other information here. Okay, where the heck did their docket... Okay, let's look. Okay, this is all just forms on top of the API. Video tutorials, support. Do I have somewhere else here this one? Because this one I thought also had integrate payments. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is collect.js, and collect.js is not Fluid Pay. Fluid Pay is... what do they call theirs? Oh, bottom row on the sandbox page? In the under utilities? Okay, let's see. Bottom row on the sandbox page under utilities. Do you mean options? Where are you saying? On the sandbox page, bottom row, under utilities. Under utilities. Or with... anyway. I think this one's NMI. Or it's a really old version of Fluid Pay, because Fluid Pay has been updated several times, and the current version, as you can see, is quite pretty. NMI is really old. They actually have an office nearby. I used to live... literally, I could see their office, I think from my house. I think I just had to step out my door and like tilt my head a little bit and I could see it. I think they now put a building up where I wouldn't have been able to, or it was the apartment, but I don't think I would be able to see it anymore. Okay, collect checkout. Anyway, I need to edit this real quick. I could have sworn I had the documentation in here. So what did I do here? Okay, this is weird that it's got the little button thing. Or the... Sandbox Fun, Sandbox 8. Okay, and they've got all this stuff. Oh. Sandbox 8. Sandbox Fun, Sandbox 8. API. There we go. Okay. Anyway. I'll put this here. I think this was the same. I'm going to double check on that. Okay. So here we go. Sandbox Fun, Sandbox 8. Let me try going into this one again. Sandbox Fun, Sandbox 8. Okay. Okay, so this is where, if you were logged in, then this is where the API keys are. Collect JS. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I think this one is NMI. I think. Collect JS NMI. Yeah. They've updated too. Okay, docs nmi.dev. There we go. Okay, so here's the updated NMI. and now it looks like they have their documentation actually hosted, because they used to not host their own documentation like FluidPay does. They would only you would only see their documentation on other sites. Okay. So let me go back here. Oops. Where was I just at? Can I go back? Go back. Back. Nope. Okay, so let me go back to BNA. There we go. And I'm going to open up this one again. Yeah, just in the last couple of years, NMI is trying to redo their image. Now they're all lowercase. Before they were all caps. Okay, anyway. Cool. Okay, I'm going to be done with this now. And move back to the main enchilada. So here we are. Okay, I gotta tell this thing to stop autofocusing. Can I turn the autofocus off? Can I just turn it off? I can't turn it off from here. That's the thing that's the pain in the butt, because really, I mean, other than moving back and forth a little bit, I could just tell it to stop. The thing is, if I reach over to turn off the autofocus on the lens, of course, it's going to go out of focus while I'm reaching over. This is the eternal problem. I need someone else to turn off the autofocus for me. I had a follow focus thing where I could hold it in my hand, and it was always so hard to get it adjusted. It's actually, yeah, sitting over there. Okay, anyway. Point is, I don't know what the point is, but we're moving on. I'm running this again to make sure everything runs good. I am going to change this to remove phone. So we're definitely not going to do phone. I mean, I guess we could, actually. Hold on. Yeah, we can leave that there because we could use that for authenticator, even though we're not going to use it for address. Anyway, and then what was the other thing I needed to do? So I ran that. Oh, I needed the up down. So we're going to do the up down, or the down up rather. Yeah, it was the down up. So now the database is synced. And then I'm just going to give this to... I'm going to give this to Jippity. Below is my database schema. Here, I need these 6 queries written. Below are below is my code constructing the objects as well as my database schema. Okay, so queries that I need written. Let me make sure that we actually have those. I don't think I finished what I was doing there because I got distracted. I know it's my fault. All right, customer ID. Address ID. We're actually not going to do the label on this one. There we go. I got that priority. Billing. And then I'm sure there were the created ads and stuff. Verified at null. Created at null. Updated at null. Oh, wait. Now let me see which of these this thing actually has. Verified is not going to exist on... No, verified should exist on the address itself. Because the table, really the purpose of the addresses relationship is to be able to define the address as multiple things. In terms of shipping and primary and whatever. Okay, so verified, created, revoked. Updated is actually... We can update the address because we can change the label on it, for example. We could change... Yeah, we could change some things about the address. I guess if it's, you know, primary billing or where we change the whole address. Although I'd rather not. I'd rather say that a lot of these fields are just locked. If you need to drastically change the address, you know, make something the primary or whatever. You just do it in a different way. Anyway, addresses, customers. So this also should have created at, revoked at, whatever. Does that even make sense? Would you revoke an address? Where would the revoke go? I don't think the revoke would go here. I think the revoke would go here. I don't think the label goes here. I think the label stays there. I think this is just priority and type. That's really what this is about. You can change the priority so that can update. Alright. I'll give it that. Alright, so... Okay, let's do an up-down then. Or rather, a down-up. Alright, let's try to do that down up again. Why does it say... Oh, this is not a references. Okay. References, not null, initially deferred. Oh, that's a references too, actually. Okay, so I need to figure out precisely which table... Okay. Did you know you could do logging in SQL like this? You just select what you want to log. Did you know? Did you know? It's a neat little trick. See if we can figure out which of these deferreds it doesn't like so much. Okay, how do I make it? Mm, interesting. Okay, so let's see how this works. So we should see create credit cards and then create table. See, can I add the from dual to this? Ah, okay. This other person said values. Postgres. All right, so let's try this then. Let's try values create, and then Okay. So now we go back and we find error. So this is what we're trying to do. Credit card customers has error. That's where the error is. So which one of these is it complaining about that initially deferred is wrong? Well, I guess we'll just test it. We'll take this one out, see if it works. If it works, we know that's the one. Okay. So that wasn't the one. It was this one. Oh, you know what? I think they're not null is what's really wrong. What if we move this not null to UUID not null rather than references not null? But we'll remove this deferrable as well for a moment and see if that helps. How are you only 4.3k subs? I don't do anything to try to make subs, man. That's not the game I'm playing. I'm just doing what I'm doing. And I get angry and I rant, so yeah. Woo! Won the sneeze lottery. I love a powerful sneeze. More people in this world need more powerful sneezes. More powerful people need to have more powerful sneezes. Sneeze is a sign of your power. You must not be very powerful and sneeze like a little girl. Ugh, the mouse sneezes. Ugh. Oh, this one actually should not be not null. Or no, it can be. That one should not be. Should be not null. This one right here, that one can be not null. That one I don't think should ever be not null, but I don't remember. Okay. Oh, there's so many things I gotta go not null. I just wish it were the default, you know? Why is it not the default? It's so hard to remember to get all the not nulls right, you know? You have to go line by line. All right, let's start from the top. Primary key is by default not null. The relationships can't be null. Expiration date can't be null. A lot of times we don't actually need the postal code. Okay, but priority, not null. Okay. That one can be not. This one can be null because we don't get that until we create it, so we have to get it afterwards. That is not going to be null. Those are not going to be null. Obviously, that has to have a value. Okay, addresses, postal code is not null. Can't have null what it's referencing. Priority should not be null. Type can't be null. These ones are kind of loosey-goosey. A lot of stuff can be null in them. All right, SQL Z compile. Give that a minute. We'll rerun the doobly-doo. And then I'll do the down-up. Yes, indeed. Thank you for the blessings. Can't you update the not null if you don't have any data in the table? Yeah, but I'm... This is all sandbox stuff. So I'm going to be working with fixtures when I finally get there. Yeah, but this is not production right now, so. Okay. I did not see any error messages. Well, except for the drops, but the drops, there's just because it says, oh, you want to cascade this thing, but you can't cascade this thing because there's something else depends on it in other tables. So, but they're dropped in the right order, so it doesn't matter. Okay, cool. One other thing I'll do there, where there's all these values, I actually want to change it to table. And then where there's the trigger, okay, so cool. All right, I'm going to run that one last time. Hold on. Who could have known I was going to have so many tables? That values is probably going to throw GPT off. But it's going to be all right. Okay, now I need to give it my code. Let's make sure that did I actually finish the code for the customer adder args? Yeah. Okay. And we don't have an ID for this one. Let's see. All right, let's see how Jippity does. Unexpected token? Your mom's an unexpected token. Oh, no, that's the semicolon. My bad. Sometimes I get your mom and the semicolon confused. It's understandable. Even if you don't think it is, I know it is. Okay. I need SQL queries for here are functions for which I need SQL queries written. Here are functions I need to generate with SQL C. Write the SQL queries that let's see. There we go. And then below, and then we put the code in here, and then we'll see if it works. This one might be too complex. We'll see. Sometimes the old GPT surprises me. I don't know if it'll be this time. And this might be too much code. All right, let's see what it does. It is nice of it to add that on conflict do nothing. So this one is the add fingerprint right there. Does on conflict go before or after? I'm gonna leave that out for now. Just gonna throw it in there in case we decide to use it later. All right. Customers. Set paste, baby. All right, let's see how it does. It really has a hard time with this one. I keep on telling it exactly what to do there, but it just does not get it. It's okay though. Let's see if it okay, good. It did restart the parameterization. That's good. Also, we need to give this the name of add customer, and then it's going to be an exec, I think. Okay, customer, register, add authenticator. All right, that's the next one. We already got that one in here, right? No. Oh, right. Card queries, add customer. Got it. I think I did that wrong. Oh, register. Okay, got it. So this one's going to be name, register, and again, exec, on conflict ID, do nothing. It can't really have a conflict, so I'm actually going to get rid of that one. And then we're going to do the same thing here with the timestamps, which means that the number count goes back there. Okay. Okay, so we already did okay, so we already had the register there. Well, this is a fun one. All right, add authenticator is going to be the name. Again, that's just going to be exec only. And again, timestamps need to be treated properly. And I don't really like that do nothing. The reason being, with some do nothings, it's like, oh, well, this could have been the like we should be checking before we add something. And if we're trying to add something twice, although technically it's fine to ignore it if it's the same data, we have to ask ourselves, what's the root cause? Why did we try to add something twice? Where is our logic not looking good? Okay, and then here, update 4. Again, that is meaningless. I guess what it would mean is that it's an idempotent action, perhaps. Because if we try to insert the same ID twice, that is an idempotency issue. I can feel pretty confident about that one. Okay. And this one, see how it does this. There we go. See, now we have an upsert. And upserts are nice because we like them. Or we like them because they're nice. But all right. So are there others that on conflict we would want to do something? On authenticator. So set authenticator. I also want to do unique customer ID and priority on the authenticator. Okay, we've got that one. Good. Okay, it looks like it got these right. Okay, so if we're adding a customer onto a credit card, is there anything that we can... Let's see. Customer ID, credit card fingerprint. And then we'd need to also have what's credit card? It's not really anything we do here except for update priority. Okay. I'm gonna have to fold on that one. It really does seem like the relationship here doesn't work for what I was trying to force it into. Should definitely... I'm a little concerned we're trying to update the credit card token. I don't know. I don't really want to mess with that one. That one's too important. There's a conflict. Definitely want to raise it up. Okay. So set card. It's going to be add card. Add card. Register. Set authenticator. Add address. Add address type. Or this one actually could be set address type. Because if we have an upsert, then essentially it's a set operation. Not a set operation mathematically, but a set rather than a insert. It's an upsert. It's a set. Okay. Well, it's about time for me to go to bed. Ah. So close and yet so far. My goodness. Okay, so we've got, let's see, should probably sort these alphabetically at this point. All right, so let's try to sort things alphabetically-ish. We've got the README. We've got payment gateway. We've got DB. We don't really need to sync because that one is just generated. Error log we don't need to worry about. Example.env we do want to keep track of. Index.js I don't think does anything. Neither JSConfig. Next is lib. Node modules, meh. Package, we're not worrying about right now. Public, that's an important one. Scripts, that's important. Server.js. SQL. SQL C. Tests. About it. All right. Just copying everything over since I'm getting close to a pause point here. Okay, so $97. Update. Wait. Okay, so it knows what it's talking about. All right, let's have see what's tell me. 117. 117. Well, missing query type. Okay. 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 So we could return something here if we wanted to, but I don't know what we would return. I think most of these are just going to be exec. Yeah. Okay, looks like that's good then. And then we'll just go ahead and gen everything. And then maybe we can take it for a test spin. That was quite a bit of work getting everything set up. And then I'll be back tomorrow as early as I can. As early as I can wake up. Probably only going to be a half day tomorrow because I got to meet up in the evening. But we should be able to make some good progress. We should be able to make some good progress. No complaints here? Oh. All right. What was it saying? Host credit card token. Ah, good catch. Oh, interesting. Okay, we don't have revoked that on that one. We verify here and revoke it there. Oh. There we go. That should solve that one a little bit. All right, so label. Good catch. Good catch, type linter. You go. You go, girl. Wait. Where was priority ever declared to be a string? Priority big int. Priority big int. Okay. Maybe it wants big int because... Or maybe it's a string because big int can extend beyond what int can do. Let's take a look at the generated code. String. String, 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 string. Alright. We'll take it. Yeah, I think that's their solution to the big int problem. All right, what is it saying? Missing customer ID. Okay. We're closing in. Verified app. So every verified app should be nullable. Ah. See, the type checker, it does a body good. TypeScript? No bueno. It mess with your mind. It's all screwy like. But type checking is good. Very good. All right. Whew. Oh. I really was, for being honest, I was hoping to get further along today. But we are making headway. Okay, we got one more problemo. Your label doesn't go there. Got it. I don't know if we can really revoke. Let's see. Can we revoke an address? What does that mean? What does that mean? Can we just revoke that relationship with the address? And if all the relationships are revoked, then we don't pick it back up in the future. Hey! Hey, is that type safe JavaScript, type safe SQL? All right. All right, that's doing the dirty right there. Okay. This does what it must do to register a card. I realize I'm being a little too aggressive with the focus on the credit card as the main actor. Customer, obviously. Yeah, this is not going to work out long term, but we're going with it for now. We're going to see how it plays out. That'll be all right. Anyway, I'm going to slow the music on down. First of all, let's have a little hurrah for getting all the types through the SQL, through the JavaScript, through everything.
This was a triumph. Making a note here, huge success.
Okay. Maybe that That echo was a little weird, maybe. Let's try that again. No, we don't need to do it again. Just oh, and then let's go ahead and see what happens when we try. We gotta restart our server. Okay. Internal error. That's probably good because it's probably like, hey, it's not. Okay. Register. Whoops. Let's see if we can figure out where this is going. Cannot read properties of undefined. PG Store 70. So let's just take a look at it. See if we can get it to go. IIN first 2. It's actually not super surprising, but it's a little surprising. There's the data. Thought I tried that somewhere. Just here, it looks like. Okay. All right. I thought I had that maybe in one of the tests or something. So here's what we're going to do. Is we are going to we're going to do this up in a layer where we have access to pan, maybe. All right, let's try that. So that was legitimate. And then let's go over here and let's try it again. Oh, yeah, I don't know what's going on there. So that is considered sensitive. All right, this one could work. Whether it does or doesn't, I'm going to be heading out for the night soon. All right, and it looks like hint undefined. Oh, interesting. Okay. So now we're on to foreign key constraint violations, which we can get rid of those very simply. Okay, so I'll just. It seems like we're at the last mile here, so let me just take a look. A few things. Not present in table customers for what? Credit card customers? Okay. So are we doing deferreds everywhere we can? Yes. And yes. Yes and yes. Okay. Oh, another thing that may have gone wrong here. Let me go check on this. I may have forgotten to await the promise. So, hmm. Nope. I'm awaiting the promise. Ah. But I don't think that's where our problem was. So, it also could be that this set constraints all deferred doesn't work in the same way. It also could be that we didn't actually set the customer ID correctly. So let's go look up all the way up here. When we're creating a card, fingerprint is all we care about with the card. When we're creating a customer, should have the customer ID. That's correct. And then here we should have the customer ID again. All right. So with that in mind, I think the transaction is not working out as hoped. What we might need to do then is await the queries individually. Oh, whoops. It would help if we use the transaction. All right, there we go. Okay, so it helps if we await everything and if we actually are doing the transaction on the transaction. Also, I'm just going to go ahead and down up this because since things weren't actually running in the transaction, who knows what happened. Now, I'm still expecting an error to happen here. Just so we're clear. Card registration undefined. Kind of weird. Oh, I may have forgotten to res.json the thing. Let's see. Yeah, didn't res.json the thing. So I'm going to down up this so that we can have a whooping success. One that's really worth shouting about. Okay, so credit card, card arts. It would actually nice to be have to I can't think words. Here we go. Okay, so here we go. Last little bit. Let me down up it, and then we're going to hopefully see the success on this. I mean, it succeeded. So already I missed the opportunity to press the button. Heyo! All right. Cool. So some of this stuff is still null. But whatever. That worked. I'll do some commits tomorrow morning. Right now, I'm just copying the files over. But yeah, that's a big success. That took a really long time, though. It seemed like that was wicked slow. I wonder why that was. I might have some things a little underpowered. I might be doing some, maybe the way that I'm doing the commit or something. I don't know. There might be, we're not hitting any external APIs right now. Okay, so that's part one. That's our own database. And then part 2 is going to be connecting to the pay gateway. But we're not ready for that yet, because we need to hone this. So if the process has already completed, we need to handle it in some way. So there's 2 cases that we need to handle. One is the case where it's a returning guest checkout customer, and the other is the case where it's somebody using someone else's credit card. And in that case, I think it makes a heck of a lot of sense to say, you need to log in first. We also probably need to add some sort of CAPTCHA. Let's see. Yeah, I don't care about that chat. Let me just see about this. All right. With that, I'm going for the night. Let's have one more round of. Today was a win. Adios.